Good morning, everyone. We will slowly start, so if you could all join the main room area, that would be great. I hope you had time to grab coffee. So let's say that we start in 3 minutes. Yeah? Thank you. So no, Dubravka says, come now. So please, come on.
Okay, so I have to respond back. I work for a German organization. We are used to punctuality. It works a little bit differently in Athens, but okay.
And I'm Greek, so I'm always late. So, yeah. I leave the floor to you.
Yeah.
Huh?
I will call you out. Okay. Just here, the first row, and come on the stage with me. Come on.
You want company? You're in good company.
Huh? I'm in good company.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we are ready to begin, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Bautopia second edition conference, Culture and Creativity Conference. It's really a pleasure to see you all here, and I hope you enjoyed the formal opening we had last night at the UPTech. For those of you who missed, unfortunately, you did not get to enjoy the wonderful Portuguese wine and delicacies, but luckily you will be able to make up for missing the keynote speeches because we've recorded them and they will be available on our website in a few days. So it's really a pleasure, together with Vasilis here, to kickstart today. And we have a few welcome words at the beginning of the session from the organizers, the colleagues and the representatives of the organizations who have been behind this conference. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Jana Benda, who is the new director of Goethe Institute in Lisbon. She will give a few words on behalf of the Goethe Institute as the lead partner in the Creative Flip project.
Shall I take this one? Okay. Yeah, good morning. I spoke to a couple of people who actually had after parties after the gatherings, so no wonder that we start a little bit late. On behalf of the Goethe Institute as the lead partner in the Creative Flip project, and on behalf of our consortium's partners, the European Creative Hub Network, as the main co-organizer of this event, as well as IDEA, Consult, the 3S Unternehmensberatung, and the IPIL, the Intellectual Property Institute in Luxembourg, a very good morning. And also for me personally, as mentioned, the new director of the Goethe Institute Portugal, it is a great pleasure to welcome you here in Porto at the Bautopia, the second edition of Creative Flip and ICHN Culture and Creativity Conference. I'd like to greet you here. You expressed yesterday already your pleasure to meet in person, but I also want to greet the audience that has taken the chance to participate online, which I think is a great thing nowadays that we all learn now to do hybrid conferences and events. I would also like to welcome the representative of the European Commission, Barbara Stacher, who is here, the Director General for Education and Culture, who is coordinating the Creative Flip project, and also the representatives of the Porto municipality and the Viana do Castelo municipality, together with the UPTEC, who has hosted us yesterday, so lovely, and the Crew Creative Hub from Porto, and also Dynamo Dej from Viana do Castelo, for their invaluable cooperation and support in organizing and co-promoting the event. And I also want to take the chance to thank my two colleagues, Wanda and Dubravka, who are really putting the ties together and made us all being here in this beautiful space of Porto. I'm also happy to have here with all the representatives of the creative hubs. Some of them I got to know yesterday night for the first time, and was really inspiring talks. And also all the cultural and creative institutions, participants in the Creative Flip Twinning Hubs, and the Learning Labs program, the cultural and creative professionals, the policymakers, and representatives of the sector from across Europe and Portugal. The Goethe Institute is very proud to have been implementing the Creative Flip project together with its partners since 2019. Firstly, as you know, as a pilot project of the European Parliament, and since 2021 as a pilot project, as a preparatory action with the support of the European Commission. During this time, we implemented many successful activities, such as the P2P exchanges between creative hubs and the first round of Learning Lab programs, issued important reports and policy recommendation on the 4 key topics of finance, learning, innovation, and IPR, and launched such flagship initiatives as the Creative Unite platform. It is our great pleasure at this conference we are taking our work one step further. And today you will hear all about our efforts when it comes to mobility and community building programs, supporting cooperation and knowledge exchange within, but also beyond the CCS. Shortly today, you will also hear about the new tools as part of the Creative Unite platforms. These tools are a major milestone to our work, providing an invaluable support to the CCS in their quest for varied sources of finance and for securing their intellectual property rights. Faced by such challenges as the COVID pandemic, the climate change, or the ongoing war in the Ukraine, we are painfully reminded of the fragility of our sector, but also of its strengths in bringing about innovative and creative solutions to burning problems. These challenges have made it clear how invaluable culture is for resilience and well-being of our societies. Even more, the rapid changes in the digital and innovation sphere spurred on by mentioned crises have shown us that culture and creativity have an extremely important role to play in the future transformation of our societies and must imperatively be an integral part of this process. We must work jointly with other sectors, exchange our knowledge and experience, and think both in terms of global and local challenges and solutions when finding the best answers to burning problems and societal changes and challenges. Through, as we heard yesterday in the keynote, scaling diversity, promoting generative design, and things like that, which I found very inspiring. And these are precisely important messages in the work of the Creative Flip, as well as the topics of today's Culture and Creativity Conference. At the Goethe Institute, we have always emphasized the importance and power of international cultural relations, as we called it, or as I may quote from yesterday, maybe we should call in the future international assemblages of care. As they incite exchange, people-to-people contacts, learning from each other, to name only a few. This is why through EU-funded projects such as the Creative Flip or Culture Moves Europe, that has officially been launched yesterday, jointly with the European Commission, we support the mobility of artists and cultural professionals and foster opportunity for exchange among sector stakeholders from different parts of Europe. Therefore, on behalf of all us organizers, it is our great pleasure to have the opportunity to host you here in Portugal, in Porto, which is, as far as I can say now, definitely one of the country's hubs for creativity, to exchange and discuss on the most important issues of your sector, its future, and that of our societies and the planet. I wish all of us a successful conference and look forward for interesting insights and decisions ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jana. As already mentioned, Creative Flip is a project which has been running since 2019, supported by the European Commission, Directorate General for Education and Culture. And we are very happy to have with us today Barbara Stacher, who has been the policy officer and project officer for Creative Flip since the very beginning and has been one of the key reasons why it's been such a successful project from the start.
Thank you very much. Well, can I sit down or? Yes. So it has been a long journey together since the beginnings. Christina will tell more about how this project, which is not really a project, it's much more than a project. It's also policy making. It's kind of new grounds for, you know, you have heard the different EU institutions like the European Parliament, the Commission, also the member states, different levels like the regional levels here, very important, very present. So that's on the one hand, and on the other hand, culture and creative sectors, the hubs. So it's kind of a strange way of bottom-up, top-down, I don't know, spaghetti ball cooperation. And it has worked out because actually, yeah, you can see, for example, just to mention the tools which are being launched. I mean, why are these tools being launched? So that goes back to a conference that we did together in Molenbeek, in one of the you know, difficult areas of Brussels, with Flip and the Creative Hubs Network. Basically, what they did was also something new. So the member states, usually they work together in closed rooms, you know, and they decide on things like the work plan for culture for 4 years, and what should be done, etc. Now, they brought together all those member states which have been cooperating in closed shop member state groups, you know, doing recommendations, like there was a so-called group Open Method of Coordination of Member States experts, working on access to finance for culture and creative sectors, another one on innovation. Well, and people said, the member states said, we should do a stock taking. What have we achieved of the recommendations that were done? What has not been achieved? But yeah, let's do it together with the Creative Hubs Network, with Flip, with the culture and creative sectors. Why shouldn't we discuss together of what is needed instead of each one on their sides, you know? So yeah, this project brought them all together in a creative hub in Molenbeek in Brussels a few years ago. And everybody brainstormed together of what is needed. So out of this collective exercise came the idea, there are so many financing pots, we don't know where to apply to. And that was the beginning of the So You Need Money tool. Then another group said, well, we would like to make money also with what we produce, but we don't know about IP and patenting. Nobody knew how it works. So they said, well, we need more information. We need somebody to guide us. So out of this collective brainstorming now are coming these 2 tools which are presented today, plus a 3rd tool which has been done with another project by the Creative Hubs Network about mobility. I mean, many cultural and creative people they say, how can I move from country A to country B? What kind of residencies are offered? Which opportunities are there? So, you know, they also, this mobility tool of Creatives Unite now also assembles all these opportunities and also includes the new one which was launched yesterday on Culture EU. So yeah, this platform Creatives Unite has also emerged in the digital world with COVID, was very timely, with the Ukraine crisis too, with the idea of having this contribute button whereby you can directly input your the things that you are doing. And yeah, so I think it's a great, it's more than a project, as Vasilis always says, we're all family. So I'm very happy that we are here all together and that also so many new family members are here, and thank you for everything.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Okay, maybe I stand up. So as you know, over these 3 days of the conference, we're actually changing venues every time. We know it's a little bit confusing, but I think that's also a little bit of a richness that we're shaking things up a little and you're discovering different areas of Porto and also outside of Porto. So we are very proud that tomorrow we'll be going outside of Porto to Viana do Castelo, and here we have today with us the hosts, our hosts for tomorrow, Mr. Ricardo Rego, who is from Viana Innovation Counselor from Viana do Castelo. Take the floor. Whichever you prefer. Okay.
Good morning, all. I would like to thank you for the invitation. I want to congratulate the European Creative Hubs Network for this initiative, Goethe Institute, European Commission, Porto Municipality. Thank you for your hospitality. Creative industries experts and all creative hubs and creatives here. Today, most of workers constantly seek more flexibility, freedom and balance between their professional and personal life. Many come to choose a lifestyle that allows them to stay in facility or space through the world with people who think the same way, with a sense of community, sometimes called creative hub. A hub, you know all, is a way of organizing work that sprang up in different sectors and various organizations in the last years. A creative hub is today a well-known concept connoting a dynamic bringing together diverse talents, disciplines and skills to intensify innovation and diversity. As co-working and remote network trends continue to increase in popularity in the post-pandemic period, Creative Hubs assumes particular importance in the consolidating initiatives involving creators, freelancers, and entrepreneurs in the creative industries for developing territories such as Viana do Castelo. The municipality of Viana wants to support and stimulate creative hubs in Viana do Castelo, due not only to the characteristics of our city, but also to the development of new potential for doing different and better in tackling our problems. Many of those problems are common to all cities and regions, but the way to address and solve them successfully depends on the talent of the people involved. We are working to provide an urban area with a new digital dynamic through the Digital Commercial Neighbor project that we are implementing, which will give several initiatives and investments in so-called digital placemaking approach. We believe that kind of investment will be significant for Viana do Castelo to be one of the main cities to be considering and choosing for young creators and innovators that want to work and try new experience in urban or non-urban spaces. The extension of our city with specific localized service, products, or digital experience can create more meaningful destinations for everyone in these places. Digital placemaking enhance place, social, culture, environment, and economic value by using place-specific digital technology to foster more creative and close relationships between people and the place they invade. To attract talent, we intend to challenge all creative professionals and companies, including those who are present today, to be a part of community in Viana do Castelo, to create, involve, collaborate, and develop new services and products that can further increase new hubs, new jobs, new companies, and new people that all contribute to digital and creative transition in Viana do Castelo. In that way, we are delighted to participate in this important conference, and in particular, learn how to access to different finances, resources, and specific cultural policies for the non-urban and rural areas that cultural, scene, innovation, and many more. Tomorrow, we hope to welcome in Vienna to get to know a little bit what we are doing in Vienna. I hope this visit is the first of many visits. Finally, I have to have a special thank to Joanna and Dynamo Dance, because creative and dynamic cities are made by creative and dynamic people. And these people challenge the municipality to improve. For that, I have a special thank to Joanna, because it's Joanna that put Vienna in this conference. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, and we really look forward to tomorrow. And now, last but not least, our host today in this wonderful venue, which I hope you all like, which is really amazing, Mr. Felipe Araújo, I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Vice Mayor of the Porto Municipality and the City Councillor for Environment, Climate, Innovation and Digital Transition.
Thanks. Well, morning everyone. It's very nice to see this room full of people. Well, dear moderators, Vasilis and Dubravka, dear Jana Binder from the Goethe Institute, Barbara Stacher, you are from the European Commission, the Director General for Education and Culture, dear Ricardo Rego, my colleague and the City Councillor for Viana do Castelo. It's a pleasure to have an event with you. So it's very nice, and you definitely will be very well received in Vienna. You will see it's a marvelous city, so you will all definitely enjoy. Cristina Farinha also here, and Tanya and all the participants, all the guests here. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let me start by greeting, of course, everyone in this vibrant event. I would also like to thank the organization for choosing Porto, namely the European Creative Hubs Network from your presidents, and the Creative Flip Project for being the event's driving force. The municipality of Vienna that co-promotes the event with us, so it's very important for us, and especially dynamic. You usually think on what is going to happen in these new ways of living that the City Council just mentioned, and I always look to multipolar dimensions, so not everything in a single city. So I'm very glad to have an event organized with Vienna. Also the Crew Creative Hubs and the UPTEC and Dynamo 10, and so there's a lot of partners. Welcome to the city. I hope you feel very well here. It's an honor for us to have you here. Porto is a city that is very proud to bring culture, tradition, knowledge together. So this is a lot of our DNA. And we continue to challenge ourselves to follow this path of growth and improvement of our institutions, of our companies and communities, without forgetting the unavoidable connection between the past and the future that we envision. So that's usually very important for us. It's a historical city, more than 2,000 years of history, so we have a huge path that allows us to understand that we become a commercial port. Since then, we built based on working, on overcoming lots of challenges and progressing the city. And today, Porto has a state-of-the-art knowledge produced in the city by its academia, a strong pool of talent and creative people, also growing local investors network, so it's becoming huge. But other factors that allow the city to have this good moment, which is good accessibility, good infrastructures, uncommon safety levels, high quality of life, vibrant culture. So there's a lot going on that is feeding the ecosystem to becoming more and more interesting by every day. So that's more or less how we see it. And we are proud to promote this innovation ecosystem. It's the path that will lead us to the transformation, when we always see innovation as the transformation of the city. So it's very important for us to promote this revolution in mentalities, also in productivity, in efficiency, in many other things that allow us to face the future in another way. And I heard that you already visited the Porto Innovation Hub, which is our house of innovation, where we promote a lot of the things that I just mentioned here. It's the way to show that innovation is really something that we put a lot of effort. I would say that our political manifesto since 2013 brought the innovation for the first time, brought innovation to this political agenda. We are talking at the same time about having cultural, social, economic, and social cohesion and economic policies as the three main pillars, but we also brought the innovation to the framework that we want to accomplish. And since 2013, we have done a lot on all these things. And of course, using culture in 2013 as one of the pillars, we see now the importance of this during this almost 10 years of our government, this investment in culture every day, and we strongly believe that is the key instrument to a healthy and vibrant cities and better and more educated citizens. On what it comes to the culture and creative industries, we consider them as an engine for the growth and innovation that should be fostered and strategically exploited, as they play a unique role for the growth, for inclusiveness, for sustainability in the EU and in the world. So that's how we look to it. Not only we, United Nations also proclaimed last year as the International Year of the Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, which is particularly relevant in a sector that was severely affected by the pandemic and by the COVID-19. And for UN also, the direct economic value of creative industries accounts more or less for 3% of the GDP, in addition, of course, for their inestimable cultural and social value. As for us, we are aware of the fact that the culture and creative industries are key drivers of the creative economy and represent important sources of employment, economic growth, innovation, and contribute to the competitiveness and sustainability of the cities. On the other hand, culture and creativity are high potential sectors to bring social, economic, and urbanistic also benefits to the city, as their communities, and the pandemic has also demonstrated that the power of the creative industries is a huge resource for the recovery and the resiliency of cities. Through their contribution also to the urban regeneration and sustainable urban development, cultural and creative industries make cities much more attractive, both for residents and also for economic activities. And culture and creativity contribute also to social cohesion, and especially at the neighborhood level, and they usually help us to activate the creative and professional networks that foster all the innovation that I'm talking about, all the growth that I'm talking about, and to create huge opportunities for those who are often excluded from a society. So it brings together this inclusiveness that I'm talking about that cities need. In Portugal, this sector is made up mostly of highly specialized niche businesses that create value by combining technology, innovation, and creativity in the design of new cultural products. The city of Porto wants to support the growth of this strong creative ecosystem by combining technology and art, creativity, experimentation, innovation, and the differentiation of the services of their businesses, their companies, entrepreneurs, and the community of a whole. For us, it is important to explore, to discuss, and to advocate the emerging topics of education, cultural policies, and innovation through and within arts and creativity. And this conference is and can give rise to future collaborations in the pursuit of a general goal. I think it's a common goal, that is the pursuit of a better quality of life through sustainable and sustained economic growth in communities empowered by knowledge and creativity and technology. As a final comment, the topic discussed here today about culture and creativity are very important for the continuous construction of our common future. And it's very good that you have brought this discussion in Porto, because we have always the ambition to lead by example and to build a better city, but also a better region and a better country. There is an important role of all sectors to achieve a better city at all levels, including to achieve sustainability at a global level. And that's why we decided to launch the Porto Climate Pact. It's a pact to engage all the community, to involve all the citizens, all the organizations in a common goal, that is to achieve climate neutrality in 2030. And this is in line with the European Commission's ambition for the 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030 that choose also Porto as one of these mission cities. And because there is only one way if we are together in this mission, and so all sectors are truly relevant, and I know that it's also an important subject for all of you. We are very glad that you all are here, that you are fostering and being a part of this discussion, and also supporting the ecosystem in its path to for the growth, as the role of the cities should be. We should be empowering this community. That's how we see ourselves as an actor here. And we are very glad to have you all here, and I wish you a very pleasant conference. I'm sure that it will be filled of new concepts and insights, and sharing with many different ways of looking to the world, because I heard that you came from a lot of different countries from Europe, so we have different things, different problems, different challenges. Some of them are common, and some of them we will need to be together to solve them. That's a role that the European Commission has, and of course the cities also have been supporting the European Commission a lot I usually say that cities support more the European Commission than the government, than the state, so usually it's how I see things, and we have an important role which we should act on upon it. So it will be a sharing the space that I will tell you that you are in the service building of the municipality, so the political building, that building over there. A few services there, but not a lot. Here are mainly the service that we have. This third floor is not being used, and so as we always do when we have things that are not being used, we don't close them. We help them to have a different life. And we have been doing this with different spaces all over the city. This is one of them. I think you are going to also to be in the 7th floor, where you will have the opportunity. Maybe in a few months this could be occupied by offices, but in the meanwhile it's been helping the community. It's been sharing this space with the city for these events or many others that we have been doing here. Right next to this was an old building that now is filled with people designing the new BMW cars. So 1,000 engineers right here over there next to this. Well, if we brought this wall down, we will see them. So a lot going on, a lot with bright minds and creativity. That's how we see the city of Porto. I hope you enjoy being here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Felipe, and also thanks to Tanya and the Crew Hub for putting us together and making it possible that we are all here today. It's really an amazing space. And also, I mean, I just want to say that it's really not a surprise that Porto and Portugal in general are such a bustling beehive of cultural creative activity with such innovative policies, and they're very lucky to have you. And we are also looking forward to visiting the Bobarda district later today to see it really in life on the street, what you are talking about today. So now I would pass the word to Vasilis, who has a few words to say and also to introduce our special guest.
Hello. So before that, I would like to tell you that if you didn't grab your tote bags from the entrance, you should do it later in the day. The tote bags are unique, and they're becoming also kind of tradition for us. I mean, it's the second time we try it. They're upcycled T-shirts sourced from a local market and then sewed together to become and have a second life as tote bags. So that's why they're all different. So excuse if there's something that you don't like there, but you can choose your own, and they have their own life and personality. That's great. But together, you can have, we have just published a book with Kiklada Press. I think the publisher is here, David. He's somewhere there. Great, thank you, David, for helping. So after the first edition of Bautopia, we published, we managed to collect some critical texts about empathy, because empathy was the buzzword and what was overarching our previous edition. So please take the book. We're really proud about the outcome and the content there. I think that the text will spark thinking and conversations for the future. So please use it as a reference also. And also for the hub people and whomever is interested about hubs and our ecosystem and our big family, we managed for the first time after many years to publish a new book about what we are, how we are defined, what makes the network, and what are our activities. You have also this publication, we call it Value Proposition, but this is a formal title. So you can use this book as a reference to the programs we're running, our activities, our priorities, the way we do it, but also there's an extensive description there of how we define ourselves and how we extend and how we work within local ecosystems, like the one we are here now today. So also you can refer to this book whenever you need some more information. And of course, I would like to say that also Rita is the connection ambassador, our connection person with all the community. So anything you need, anytime, you can address to Rita. And she's more than happy to facilitate any of your needs or questions or anything you think about. Personal stuff, personal wishes. Yes. So, yes, thank you very much, Rita. So that's pretty much it. Just to tell you a bit, what I have noticed over time is that approximately every 8 years there's something like a spiral, like a cycle closing and an evolution happening. So I see in all the projects we're involved and everything we're doing that there is a lifespan of 8 years, and then we restart and reset everything and go for next things. And this is amazing because exactly 8 years ago, we were in Portugal, not in Porto, unfortunately, but in Lisbon for the very first conference and meeting of Creative Hubs. It was the kickstart of the Creative Hubs idea, but also the first time that an idea about a network of Creative Hubs was pitched. And that happened actually because of the contribution of many people, but mainly Cristina Farina. Where is Cristina? Ah, you're tiny, Cristina. I lose you all the time. Where are you? Yep. So Cristina has been a valuable contributor from the beginning. Part of what we do, even today, is part of her initial work. And afterwards, we lost you a bit, Cristina, and we miss you.
No,
And that's why we thought that it's really important to have you today here with us and maybe talk about the initial beginnings 8 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bom dia a todos. Greetings to all. It's a pleasure to have so many colleagues around in town. It doesn't happen so frequently in Porto. My intervention is supposed to be an historical signpost to remember and to give account of the creation of the European Creative Hubs Network. So, of course, I will voice many different people that were part of this group of initiators. Some of them are here in this stage and in the room. And I thank you, of course, very much, Vasilis, Tanya, and Creative Hubs Network for giving me the floor to tell the story of the network. Actually, indeed, 8 years, and actually, I'm speaking about it now and here because it actually took place here in the city of Porto, a little bit all around the city, 8 years ago, indeed. So I have to go a little bit before to be able to put into context what happened in 2014, but I promise that I will be very, very short. So between 2008, 2013, the city of Porto and the north region of Portugal had quite a very pioneering initiative in favor of the creative industries, taking it as an engine for the urban and territorial development of the region. Actually, it was a bottom-up initiative, not really grassroots, but bottom-up because it was a group of institutions, cultural institutions, universities, municipalities that came together. They have created a strategy. They have managed to design and integrate a specific fund for creative industries into the region, North Region operational program, funded by the EU structural funds, specific for creative industries, consisting of 80 million of investment for infrastructures and events. And they have also created a creative industries agency to lead the process. Then, between this period, many investments started to pop up. Buildings were renovated, old factories as well rehabilitated. Actually, yesterday the manager of UPTEC said that they were starting a new process of renovation here downtown. But actually the first renovation took place around 2008, 2009, or maybe before, but it was funded by this fund. And so many other places like this were being rehabilitated. There were many events, capacity building sessions, festivals, even the European Capital of Culture that took place in the region, in the city of Guimarães in 2012. It was also partially funded by this same fund. So in 2012, I find myself in the agency, and alongside with managers of these spaces or centers that were opening up their doors, we started to meet. Actually, we started to organize dinners. We thought that dinners were more relaxed and we would have more time. And visiting each other's sites and starting to discuss our issues, our problems. And actually, it was a bunch of people that were from different centers, so incubators, co-works, transfer and technology centers, artistic and creative centers, but all of them actually had a common mission that was to support creativity and to make it happen, basically to help creators and artists to transform ideas into projects. So we started to get to know each other. And around 2014, and we are already in 2014, we started to think that it would be important to organize a forum, organize a first forum, and to enlarge also this regional informal network group that was already meeting each other. And that's when we add to the project a partner that was also key in the development of it all, that was the British Council, based in Lisbon. So by then there was Ben Evans, just arriving fresh from London, very enthusiastic and very dedicated to the cause. So we managed to convince him to partner with us and organize the forum together. The deal was that the agency would bring the regional network, but also other centers from across the country, because even though the region was pioneer, there are already also centers appearing in Lisbon and in other parts of the country. And the British Council would bring the internationals. So they decided to invite a group, around 8, I guess, 8, 10 managers from hubs in Spain, from different regions in Spain, to have an Iberian focus, and then a few other managers from across Europe. So there was Greece, Bios and Vasilis were on the first forum. There was Beta House from Germany. And then I cannot recall the name of the hubs, but I know that was Italy, Bulgaria, and UK. So really a few of them. So it was a small-scale event that actually took place in São João da Madeira, so a city south of Porto, 50 kilometers to the south, in also recently opened, by then recently opened hub called Oliva Creative Factory. It took place in February. And actually it was by then that we started to associate the term creative hubs to us, because we needed a short name for the posters and for the communication. And we didn't know how to somehow identify this myriad of different spaces. And the English language is very, very useful for this. And we somehow came up with the word hubs that meant a little bit of everything and nothing at the same time. But it was sounded fantastic. So we started to put the name in the posters and on the brochures. And we had the first forum. So the first forum was a success. And immediately we started to think about the second forum. And the first idea was to make it in Porto, as you were saying. We actually had a meeting here with Philippe, myself, and Ben. We met over there in that building here next to us, to try to start thinking about the organization of the second forum here. Philippe was quite supportive, I have to say, and thank. But politically, there was an interest to do it in Lisbon. The team of the British Council was all based in Lisbon as well. Here they just have the language school, and they wanted to do it in Lisbon, so we did it in Lisbon. So in 2015, the second forum took place. Some of you here already have been to that forum. I would say that from now, history began. Also, another key person that is part of the initiator groups, that is Barbara Stacher, on behalf of the European Commission, was also there and has been supporting us since then. And 1 year after, a pilot project funded by the European Commission that would lead to the creation and establishment of the European Creative Hubs Network started. When we started with the regional conversations, the main needs that were actually the main needs at the origins of the network were first networking. So the managers needed to get to know each other, to learn from each other, to make contacts and partnerships, develop economies of scale. Secondly, capacity building. Because there were some capacity building and training going on and being funded and organized by these hubs, but they were targeted to the community, to the users, to the professionals. But the managers themselves, they also needed training, because it was actually a new professional profile coming out. And also by then, some were coming from the business area, some coming from the management, others coming from arts field, and they lacked skills and they wanted to learn from each other. Thirdly, of course, internationalization. getting to know other experiences that were already more developed ahead, making contacts, partnerships for European funding, and also learning for actually the communities that these hubs serve. Because at the end, the networking, the capacity building, the internationalization of the hubs and the managers are serving the ultimate goal of serving the community. And this was actually the mission of the network in the very beginning. And just to conclude, let me just add two other more goals that we had in our mind by then, that we thought it would come at a later stage, probably the stage that you are now, that by then we also believed that the Creative Hubs network and the Creative Hubs themselves would become or could become relevant and engaged stakeholders in the territories, in the cities, in the regions, political discussions and policy-making processes. So that somehow arts and creativity could have a dialogue with the political side and contribute to effectively develop the territories. It was clear that only economic impact was not the only potential of these spaces, and that social dimensions as well, the contribution to the climate change agenda, were important areas where the people located in these spaces could also contribute, and that these spaces should have opened the doors to the communities. And second, also last but not least, that this European strong community would start to open doors and connect across borders worldwide to meet African, Asian, and American peers. So I'm very happy to follow. I'm not out, I'm following very closely what is going on with the network. I'm very happy also that the network is partner to so important European projects, like now the KIC for creative industries that is starting, but also the FLIP project. And I thank you and wish all best to all of you.
Thank you, Christina. We are very happy because you've been a really valuable member of the family, and we made a gift, a small gift for you.
Thank you.
It's heavy, I'm sorry for that.
Oh.
And we had to carry from Greece, but it's including all our latest publications together with the latest value proposition. So thank you. Thank you for your contribution. And also, it's something that we have been doing for a long time, but we have, Christina, where are you going? You're rushing out already from the network? What is happening? Sorry. So also, we have included you in our honorary members. It's something that should have happened before. It was a mistake, and it's my mistake actually, so I apologize for that. But it's better late than never. So thank you very much again for all your efforts, all your contributions, and for giving birth to our Creative Hubs idea. So, yeah, a big applause. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. I think I need to hand over the microphone again to Dubravka.
Well, no, just stay where you are. Maybe just don't block the...
Yeah.
So we've heard now the welcome speeches, and I think we have a very good basis for the rest of the discussion. I apologize. So now we are moving on to the first part of our conference today, which is the official launch of the two tools that you've heard so much about already. So first, Vasilis and I will give you a very short introduction about the Creatives Unite. Actually, I sincerely hope that most of you, or all of you, know about Creatives Unite already, but in case not, we'll just give you kind of a brief introduction. So this is our website. As you might know, the Creatives Unite was born in 2020 in response to the Corona pandemic. So it was the initiative of the Commissioner Maria Gabriel, and the idea was to really respond to a very urgent need that we all know came at that moment, that of course the sector was in very big trouble, one of the ones which are most hardly hit by the pandemic, of course. But at the same time, there was also a great response from the side of the sector in helping the society, in helping the people through mental, preserve their mental health and other ways of simply making them go and survive this crisis. So at that time, there were just so many initiatives popping out from all sides, both for the sector in terms of financial support or other things, surveys, calls for action, but also, as we said, many different initiatives that needed to be recorded somewhere. As we all know, the social networks work very fast. I don't know where it was that average tweet lives for 18 minutes and that's it. So in a way, all this information was pouring into the ether and then just disappearing. And there was really a need to capture it all and to make sure that it's preserved somewhere, but also that it's very easily accessible and that people can look through it and find what is necessary for them. So that's how Creatives Unite was born, where we tried to really capture all the initiatives that were popping out at the time, and then you can then browse through them through, for instance, sector, as you can see if you're from architecture, video games, visual arts, culture heritage, and so on, or by the types of area where you're from, if it's a specific for your country or general for the whole Europe. But also by the type of action. So is it a survey? Is it a policy recommendations? Is it an event online? Is it a workshop? Is it funding opportunity that you could look at? So of course there was an okay. Maybe you want to take over?
Okay, I will take over, don't worry. So, yep, okay, I will use this one. We have also kind of categorized all relevant actions, and we are trying to monitor all activities. And we soon realized that, unfortunately, the COVID crisis would not be the only challenge that our creative world will face. So there was a point that suddenly also the war in Ukraine happened, and we felt that there was again a new wave and a new urgency, and that there were many people responding also to that need. So we started expanding, and we added also the second focus of the Creatives Unite platform, which was the Ukraine crisis. And just to say, because we never say it publicly, but of course we condemn war. We are totally against any form of violence and this war, and we hope that it ends soon. So we tried also to record everything, all the responses that are happening from our sectors, also for this awful time now. But we realized that also Creatives Unite is a really valuable tool and that we should keep it alive. So we will go on tackling all new emerging issues and monitoring all activities. So we feel and we want Creatives Unite to become a one-stop shop for all creative people and, of course, hubs. And we're going to be adding next valuable tools for everyone so that you can function. I think Barbara Eliel did our work actually and described why those tools are important and what are the tools. But you can see on the top right now the three current active tools. The tools have been activated today for public use. We have been testing for quite a while, and we're going to be still developing for the next years. And there are also tools that we foresee that will become the main tools for our sectors to identify finance opportunities, to also secure our work, our intellectual property, but also to exchange amongst us. So these are the three tools that we have currently available. But we are also thinking and preparing next tools that will help our sectors. This is the general view of the central website. And up to now, it had project contributions. But in the future, we are starting also an editorial version, so that users will have also a more editorial content approach, and selected topics also coming to their email by newsletters and other activations in social media. And of course, we foresee in the future to do also Creatives Unite physical events, something that we haven't discussed yet, but that's another ambition. So I hope this works out in the future, in the
I just want to add one point that we said from the start that this platform is for the sector, by the sector, and we really like to stand behind it because there is a contribute button, and actually any one of you could submit your event, your book, whatever it is that you're doing for us to upload it on the platform, and it immediately reaches a broad audience. We have over 60,000 users Europe-wide. So I think that's really what is really great about it, is that we can also give the chance to the little, the SMEs, the small organizations to really reach a much wider audience as well. Maybe we stop
that's all
here, exactly.
Yep.
So super happy to finally launch the tools after a very, very long hours and hours of work. We'd like to invite Evelyn, our colleague from Idea Consult, on behalf of the whole team, to talk about the tool, as well as Anna Zo, who is one of the inspiring cases that will present how they are using the financing mix to float.
Okay, dear all, welcome to the session on the So You Need Money tool. It's an online tool that we developed for people working in the cultural and creative sectors that are looking for money. And so this tool addresses the challenges that you face when you're looking for money. Like for example, you find it difficult to understand the financial jargon that's used by bankers or investors, or you're unsure about how to approach potential financiers and what you can actually bring to the table to convince them to finance your project or organization. Often you also don't know what types of finance you can actually access or what are most suitable financing sources for you. And so this tool addresses these challenges and helps you to, first of all, to better understand the language used by financiers, but also it helps you to get an overview of the different financing sources that you can access according to, for example, the reasons that you're looking for money or your legal structure. And the tool also wants to really inspire you by sharing the stories of cultural and creative professionals and organizations that have already gone through this financing journey and that share their learnings with you. But we'll show you how the tool works by giving you a short demo. So first of all, I told you that the tool helps you to better understand the language used by financiers, and this is how. So on top of the page, you see the different financing sources that are listed there, and you can click on these to get more information on what is this about. So if you click, for example, on philanthropy, you get more information. So what is this philanthropy? What's in it for me? How does this work? But also, for example, on how can I attract a philanthropist? So it really helps you understand their language, their way of reasoning, and how you can approach them. Secondly, the tool also wants to give you an overview of the different financing sources that you can access or that are most suitable for you according to different criteria that actually corresponds to different steps in your financing journey. So the first criterion or the first, let's say, step in your financing journey is to reflect on the reasons that you're looking for money, because thinking about why you need money is actually the most important step before you approach potential financiers, because different financing needs may require different financing sources. And so this corresponds to the first filter that we have there on our So You Need Money tool. We can select, for example, to research and develop new ideas. That might be the reason that you're looking for money. And if you want more information on what these different options mean, you can always hover over the question marks. So if we select that, then we get, as a result, you see there, all the finance providers that offer financing to research and develop new ideas. Now, a second step in your financing journey is to reflect on your legal structure, as your legal structure also affects the financing sources that you can access, and this corresponds to the second filter in the tool. So we can, for example, select a non-profit organization, and then you get all finance providers that offer financing to research and develop new ideas to non-profit organizations. And then a third step is to think about, but in what stage of my development am I in? What is my phase in my life cycle, as this can also impact the finance providers that you can have access to. So let's, for example, select a growing organization, and then again, the tool filters those finance providers that offer financing to non-profits that are growing and that look for money to research and develop new ideas. And then finally, of course, your location also impacts the financing sources that you can access. I'm Belgian, so let's, for example, select Belgium, and then we get our final search results. So these are 4 finance providers that offer financing to growing nonprofit organizations located in Belgium to research and develop new ideas. And as you can see here, we have 2 public funding providers. You see it in the different logos, and then one microcredit provider and one impact investor. And then you can click, for example, on the microcredit provider, and then you get an explanation of what is this microcredit provider, in which countries does it offer financing, what are the eligibility criteria to obtain a microcredit, what is the minimum loan amount I can ask, what is the maximum loan amount, what is the website, what are the contact details, voila. So these are your search results, which you can then download in your personal financing toolkit, and you can generate a PDF file then. We want to say that this is work in progress, so we're still adding finance providers throughout, and you, as Dubravka and Vasilis mentioned, you can add your suggestions via the contribute button. But besides wanting to give you an overview of the different financing sources that you can have access to in your financing journey, we also want to inspire you via our resources page. And this really includes a wealth of information. For example, the first page is on the financing mix, and this really explains this page. What is a financing mix? What are potential internal financing sources? So what kind of financing sources can I generate myself as an organization? What are types of external financing sources? How can I differentiate between these, and so forth? Then secondly, we also provide tips for you, so general tips on how to get started in your financing journey, but also really specific tips, for example, on a crowdfunding campaign or impact investors and venture philanthropists. Then we have an extra page on toolkits and guides. Those provide links that can support you when you're looking for finance, that can help you further. And then finally, the one I like most are the inspiring cases. So these are really all cases of cultural and creative professionals and organizations that have already gone through this financing journey and that share their experience and their learnings with you. So if we click, for example, on the case of Music Innovation Hub, you see, if we scroll down, that we show you what types of external financing sources do they use, but also how do they generate money themselves, what are the key learnings from this case, and then if you're triggered, you can read on to learn more about this. So I have, we have here the case of Music Innovation Hub, and that brings me to Anna Zo, who's sitting next to me here. She's operations manager of Music Innovation Hub, and I gladly give the floor to Anna to present Music Innovation Hub, and then we'll have an exchange on the financing journey and what the people here in the room can learn from this, and to share your experiences.
Sure.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you very much. First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation to this family. As it was said before, I'm really glad of being part of this amazing project, so thanks everyone. So, I'm operations manager at Music Innovation Hub, hub which, as it was mentioned before, it means like kind of everything and nothing at the same time. We are, I'm gonna try to briefly explain what we do. It's a lot of things in the music field. So we are vertical on the music sector. We are a social enterprise based in Milan. If we go to the next slides, we are actually based, thank you so much. We are actually based in Base, which is a creative hub, which I'm pretty sure it was and still is part of the Creative Hub network. It's a creative hub based in the heart of Milan, in Tortona area. In this space, we have our own space, which is called the Music Rooms. That's a project house, meaning basically a co-working area that we manage together with Base, and that's a place where mostly music professional, but also video makers, media professional, designers can rent a space and work from there. And we also have this very innovative music studio, which is called La Capsula, and that's a live studio for immersive sound, which is basically one of the new frontiers in music technology, and is like the equivalent of 3D video, but for music. So it gives you an immersive experience, and is one of the few in Europe, actually. So we use this space for workshops, for performances, for music production, for recordings, etc., etc. One of our main projects, it's called Linecheck Music Meeting and Festival. That's a project that has been running since 8 years now. Music Innovation Hub is only 4 years old, but it acquired the brand of Linecheck in 2018. Linecheck is, let's say, the main B2B music platform for Italian music ecosystem, but also to connect it to the international music sector. It's a 5 days conference and showcase festival. Showcase festival means basically which is like not a festival where we try to sell as many tickets as possible, booking very famous artists, but like we try to book like independent, emerging, international artists to get them known by booking agents from other countries, or like to management agencies, or like labels, and try to, it's like a networking activity. So that's happening at the end of November, so we are working very hard at the moment. And yeah, it's a 5 days B2B event. That really links to, sorry, the presentation in Italian, but I just want to show you the picture, so you don't have to read the text. Linecheck purpose is very much like capacity building for music professionals in Italy and in Europe. That's what we do, not only during the days of Linecheck, of course, which is 1 week during the whole year, but we try to do that all year long with different kind of activities. We partner up, for instance, with a big university in Milan, which is called SAI Institute, to develop a music business course, like to educate new professionals and young students who want to enter the music business. And we do that a lot through European projects as well, which is, as we will see later, one of our main source of financing as well. Here I mentioned 2 of them. One is JUMP, that was running for the last 3 years and is a program to support innovative ideas in the music sector. And one is Music Tech Europe Academy, which is a project that just received a 3 years grant after a pilot project that was developed. So it's going to be running for the next 3 years. We're very happy about that. And it's an acceleration program for startups that combine music and new technologies. And we support them, we mentor them, and we try to connect them also to investors and financiers. Other projects related to music innovation technological development and linked to the European Commission. One was also Creative Shift, which is a pretty similar project to what we are seeing right now, but it was a pilot project to connect and to foster synergies between different cultural and creative sectors. We work a lot also on social innovation. So for us, innovation is not just tech innovation, it's not just digital innovation, but it's social innovation as well. We are very happy to be one of the founding partners of Key Change, which is a program that fosters gender balance in the music sector that has been running for 3 years now, and very successfully, I must say. One of our the other event, which is one of the main and flagship event of Music Innovation Hub, beside Linecheck, is called Heroes. That's an event that every year changes the topic. It usually connects with big music events in Italy. This year, for instance, it was connected to the tour of a very famous Italian artist, promoted by one of the big promoters in Italy called Friends and Partner. And with them, we worked on the topic of sustainable live touring. So we worked with them to develop a protocol for sustainable live events, and we toured with them all over Italy to educate and present the protocol to local promoters all over Italy. So Heroes is, let's say, our main event, our flagship event regarding sustainability and social innovation in the music sector. These are some of the partners we've been working with and clients, because I'm going to dive into the financing mix further during the interview. But yeah, we work a lot as well as consultancy and with brands and other companies to create projects related to music that always relate music, tech innovation or social innovation. But yeah, we do work a lot with companies and brands as well. So that's pretty much it.
Thanks very much, Anna. So yeah, we said you already went through this financing journey, and actually you combine various sources of internal finance, where you generate your own income with very tailored set of external financing sources that are really tailored to these activity lines that you just presented, and also to the values that these stand for. And could you elaborate on your main sources of financing, and why you chose this, for example, for a specific activity line?
Yeah, sure. So maybe it's good to start from the fact that Music Innovation Hub is a social enterprise. So it's a kind of a mixed and new model for the cultural and creative sector, especially in Italy. I don't know about other countries, but it's kind of a new form. That means that we can actually generate profit as long as we reinvest it in the research and development of the activities that we promote. So we are categorized as non-profit, but in this sense of social enterprise. Music Innovation Hub started in 2018 with many stakeholders, not many, with 3-4 main shareholders. One of them is a foundation, a very big Italian foundation called Fondazione Cariplo. They have a specific department which is focused on impact investing, and that's the department that financed the Music Innovation Hub, giving an initial capital. Other shareholders are, for instance, Base, so the creative sector the creative hub that we saw, and different business angels that we gathered, and we asked them to finance Music Innovation Hub through an equity crowdfunding platform that's called Lita. There was an attempt of mixing the equity crowdfunding model and with the cultural sectors, which was pretty successful in terms of capital raised, but the trick that I must say also to share all the experience is that like the platform was very useful to connect with investors that we already knew that would have invested in Music Innovation Hub, and less helpful in reaching out to new investors. So it was more, it was not really crowd. It was more like raising funds and raising investments.
So if you would do it again, you would more use the crowdfunding idea and to reach out to new audiences.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is the sense of the crowdfunding.
Indeed.
So maybe it's something that I don't know if it was us who couldn't manage to reach out to new investors and new crowds, or if it was just it's something that still has to develop a
Okay.
little bit, especially in Italy, something that is not super established yet. And in terms of source of financing, of different mix of financing lines, as I mentioned, we are a startup. Like, we can consider ourselves as a startup because we are less than 4 years old. That means that we are trying to find our way of existing in the market, and we did that through experimenting different models. First of all, as you saw, like, we are based in a physical space, so we do use our infrastructure and our assets for rent. So we do rent out working stations and the music studio, La Capsula, the immersive music studio. So that's a internal financing as we rent out the spaces. We do organize events. So the events that we organize are either ticketed, so we do sell tickets for the event that we organize, or sponsored. So we work a lot as well with the brands and mostly industry partners that want to support us to create the platforms that we create. So basically, is often a more, we call it more partnership than sponsorship because of this reason. So it's ticketing and sponsorship partnership. We work a lot with public grants as well. So as you saw, we are part of different European projects. I must say we work more with European Commission rather than with Italian public administration. Even though we do work with Minister of Culture, with the Municipality of Milan and the region, but for smaller projects, if we wanna, we are very fond of internationalization and international cooperation, so we look more for European grants, and it's easier. We've been luckier with that rather than at a national level. And then we work a lot as well with as a consultancy. Not a lot. We wish we could work more in this sense, but it's something that we are trying to support, to foster more. For instance, I was mentioning you the music business course that we are developing with different universities. That's kind of a consultancy in the sense that the university call us and pay us to help them create the educational path for the vertical music business. Or for instance, the live tour that we organize with the big Italian promoter, Friends and Partner. They ask us to develop this protocol for sustainable live events, and they treated us as a consultant to help them create the tour of this Italian singer. So it's a different, it's very different. It's a very wide mix composed of sponsorship, ticketing, rentals, public funds, and consultancy coming from industry partners and industry company. I mean, yeah.
I think that's really interesting to show how you can combine these different financing types. I think one aspect that's really interesting as well is that the Cariplo Foundation really mainly finances your social activities or your educational activities. So it also shows that you can combine these different values and also attract different types of financiers for that. I think we had a really good overview of your financing journey and how you try to learn and grasp these different financing sources. Is there one piece of final advice you would like to share with the people present here on your learnings or key insights of what you've experienced?
Well, we are definitely experimenting, so it's that's a suggestion. The suggestion is really try to see what are the different opportunities. Like, for instance, as you mentioned, Cariplo decided to support us financially because we really see music as social change. So not just activities that were pretty much like doing social activities. We really see the whole sector and the contribution to the whole sector as a possible social change. So tackling, seeing our activities, our mission in this way, we can really try to differentiate the kind of interlocutors and people that we try to talk to involve them financially, but not only financially, also in terms of different ways of supporting us, yeah, in different ways. So the suggestion would be based on what we do and what we are doing and what we are trying to do, because it's not done yet at all, is really to see the different perspectives and try to merge them to grow something which we think is valuable and it's worth growing.
Thank you very much. I think this partnership idea is also extremely interesting, yeah, for the audience here. So thanks a lot
thank you
for the interview and for sharing your experiences.
Thanks.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you very much to both Evelyn for really an excellent presentation of the tool and all the features. The tool is already available online, so you can already scroll, put in your preferences and find your own financing mix. So test it out and give us your feedback while you're here. The whole team would really appreciate it. And really thanks to Anna once again. I think it's a really interesting story about how you're really mixing it together, and I hope a lot of people are inspired by your story, and I think a lot of them might approach you actually to ask for detailed information. There are a lot of people here in the music business, but in general, it's a really inspiring example. So we are now moving on to the second tool that we're launching today, which is My IP, My Intellectual Property, and I'm inviting colleagues from the Intellectual Property Institute from Luxembourg, Onur and Cyril, as well as Damiano Picci, who from the Beast Records, who is our inspiring example on how to use IP for your benefit. So please join me here on the stage. So you have two microphones and...
So, first of all, good morning, everyone. And we're here, yes, to talk about intellectual property. Intellectual property is not the usual business you're dealing with, you might guess. But in fact, yes, it is. Because intellectual property, it's in fact at the heart of the cultural and creative industries in the cultural sector. The works that are created, the creations, in fact, come from ideas. And ideas, once they are, in fact, expressed under a certain format, becomes piece of intellectual property. And that's why it's at the heart of the sector and why it is important to manage it. However, there is a limited use of the tools that are, in fact, at disposal to, in fact, protect the intellectual property. I mean the intellectual property rights, if I accept copyright that you might be more familiar with. And this is partly due to the fact that, in fact, it's not easy to understand intellectual property and the information about intellectual property that is provided everywhere. And the access to the resources related to IP is not always easy, and especially not easy to find once it's specialized, when it's IP information dedicated to the sector. So, however, there are challenges in evaluating and defending the intellectual property that is developed in the sector. So that was the reason, one of the reasons why we decided to develop a tool on intellectual property. So what will you get using this tool? You will get links. You will get links to external resources that will allow you to better understand, to better use, and better manage intellectual property. So tools dedicated to the sector, not to another one. Really, we filtered and were looking for information dedicated to the sector, and we analyzed that in order to suit the best as possible your needs. What it did us in the end, an access to around 260 tools classified according to the different CCI subsectors, so architecture, audiovisual, fashion, literature, music, etc. What type of rights the tools are about? The main 4 IP rights that you can deal with, so patents, trademarks, designs, but one of the mostly and commonly used, copyright, of course. Type of resources that you will find some business cases, information, training examples, but also you have also classified the information according to the languages and to some IP topics. So you can here have a look at the tool online, the online tool that is available on the Creative Unite website. So under the tool section here, you have access to the intellectual property tool. So once inside, what will you get? You will get this. So brief information here about intellectual property. Here, an explanation about the main IP tools, for example, copyright. Once you click on it, you have brief information about copyright. Not too much, because we know it's not your favorite topic always, but concise information helping you to better understand what it is about. How to use the tool? In fact, it's a kind of parallel with the Unit for Money tool. We have introduced information, and you can use it. You can use the tool by filtering the information according to several categories. For example, where are you from? You could be working in architecture, in literature, media, music. You just click on one element of the sector, and automatically you have provided on screen the tools related to the sector. What else? Some other parameters that you will have are also filtering through the type of IP right here. Again, as it is the case for the tool about So You Need Money here, rolling over the question mark will provide you a summary of what is the IP title about. The type of information you might be looking for, is just business case, information, etc. The language of the tool. So all the languages for which we have found the tool are here. Kind of topics that the tool is about. So it could be about enforcement. What is enforcement? Okay. This is about legal actions around IP. The financing through IP, again, etc. Of course, the more parameters you will select, the less tool you will have as a result to your query. So it might be wise, because we have just 260 tools, to not restrict too much your searches in order to find relevant tools. If there are some tools during your exploration that you think are missing, it is possible. You know, it is quite difficult for us to find tools in all these wonderful European languages that we have in the Union. So we might miss some. So in that case, do not hesitate. Send us the information, and it will be a pleasure for us to add the tool you have identified, as long as it is, of course, relevant to our target. So let's take a few examples. Let's say that you're working, for example, on artistic craft, and then you can find, for example, a case study. And so it will link you to a descriptive sheet, a summary, what it is about. It's about design. It's an information about design, provided by the UK IP office, in English, of course. So you can click, and then you are directed to the tool. Here, a little movie explaining a case study, how can I protect my design, for example. Let's go back to the previous screen. So, other examples, performing arts, where it is, yeah, there. Oops. I need to close the tool first. Performing arts, it is the same. You will get some information here. I don't know, performers, for example, talk about copyright. Again, an external source in English. You click, and you have the information about this, about copyright coming from copyrightusers.org. So you see, very, very easy, some useful resources, not too long to explore, really meaningful. That was also our purpose when we developed this tool, find elements that are useful to you. So I could continue like that, explaining you a lot of tools, but I let you discover it. What is so important to know is exactly from the same as the previous tool. Here you have a summary of your results. So what you are looking for here, the number of results here, and of course you can also remove this just by clicking on it. So that's what we have developed so far. We also developed some inspiring cases, let's say, and oops, here we are. So some stories, experiences about IP, providing examples on the use, on the relevancy, and how these persons use IP in their activities in the cultural and creative industry. So far we have just uploaded 3 case studies. There are more to come in the coming months. And again, if you find some interesting case studies, if you have some interesting case studies to share, do not hesitate to ask us, and we'll get in touch with you to draft this and to publish it online. Yeah, that's globally all for the online tool. Talking about inspiring case studies, Honor, I think you have a good example with you today. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Cyril. Thank you. Yeah, indeed, intellectual property may sound a bit scary to the creatives. I know it. We have already discussed with the Learning Labs yesterday, right? Guys, there? Right, yeah, I see them. But actually, yeah, it may sound scary, and it may be sometimes something that you would like to escape, but you cannot escape. But actually, you shouldn't escape as well, because it's a way to make money, it's a way to make profit, and it's a way to protect your works. That's why it needs to be more accessible and more understandable for you, for the creatives, and that's why we developed that tool. And actually, it is really the backbone of the creative and the cultural industries. And indeed, you can really integrate intellectual property, copyright, patents, designs, trademarks into your businesses. And we have an example here where we are going to discuss a bit about intellectual property and a bit of history, and about how you can really integrate intellectual property in your businesses through this example. So I have Damiano here. Damiano, welcome.
Hi. Hello.
Mir geht het?
Ganz gut, en du?
Tip-top, merci. Alors, mir dan op English. So this is, by the way, Luxembourgish. So yes, we are talking about cultural industries. Like this, yeah, there's a language called Luxembourgish, and it is a very nice language. So
no, it is not.
No. Okay, this is not something that we need to say. You know, I mean to speak here, right? Okay, anyway, so you would like to speak about intellectual property rights and how you integrate intellectual property rights into your businesses, but maybe it's better for us to start a bit about what you are doing, because I know that you have many companies that you are responsible of. You have Beast, you have Focus, you have Unison Studios and Matrix as well. So maybe you can just give a bit of information about these companies, and then maybe we can speak a bit more about AP later on.
Okay. Hello, my name is Damiano Picci. I work in different companies, as Onur said. Today I'm here with Beast Records. It's a label and management company for artists in music, in the music industry. We do publishing, licensing, and we do management, and we organize studio sessions, song camps, and stuff like this. We are part of, and we are distributed by Warner Music. And yeah, I also work in other companies on strategy and development, especially in Luxembourg, because in Luxembourg, when I started, there were no industry at all, really nothing. And it was very shocking, and then we built companies around different areas in events and bookings, in also innovative music technology. We have an immersive studio also. And yeah, and we try to also like not only put an industry at place in Luxembourg, but also to develop it and to make it future-proof.
Okay, so you are supporting artists as well in Beast, right?
Yes, yes.
So are you working as a CMO? You know, like there are collective management societies, collective management organizations who are really like supporting the artists about their rights. So are you working as a CMO?
Not really a CMO, no. It's more like someone which tries to explain the artists what it is about, how you can get money through authoring rights association, and how you submit yourself as an artist into those societies like SACEM. We, for example, with Beast Records, we work with SACEM, which is an authoring right organization.
Yeah, SACEM is in the CMO in Luxembourg, by the way. I mean, I'm sure that you also have many CMOs for different sectors in Portugal as well, and there are CMOs in other countries. So if you're an artist, in order to like protect your rights and get more information, definitely you need to get in touch with your CMO in your own country to get more information about intellectual property rights. But okay, now I understand that you are not working as a CMO, but you're also supporting artists about their copyright and authoring rights. But how did you end up in IP then?
Very simple. I did very big mistakes.
Okay, we all do sometimes, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
What was it then?
Yeah, well, I was 19 years old. I went to Berlin. I was like, wow, the world is beautiful. You can create amazing stuff. I did music for an agency, which was not really like a label, more like an agency, a corporate agency, and I wrote music. And one day they said like, yeah, and I was like, yeah, it must be interesting because I write music for big brands and stuff like this, and maybe I can generate money from this. And then, because I was paid as an intern 500 euro per month, which was not so great. And then, yeah, I was like, okay, nice, cool. I asked them and what they say about that, and I'm also an author of SACEM and everything, and I'm admitted. And then the day after, I had 5 lawyers in front of me, and they got me a contract and they said, you sign this. And there on the contract was written that I was not writing any music, the whole internship at this agency. So I gave away all my rights because I was young, I had no support at all. And that was a bit also why I started feeling like we need to change this also in Luxembourg, because I wasn't aware about this. And afterwards, like the responsible for SACEM in Luxembourg, Mark Nix, I showed him the contract and he said like, well, that's illegal, firstly. Then you signed it, which was the second big mistake you did. And the third mistake you not will do is like that you can't accept it like this. And yeah, so we tried to establish a publishing and licensing company in the music in Luxembourg. And we tried to get the artists to sign with SACEM, to really show them how you can authorize a song over the SACEM platform, and you need to have contracts. For example, with us, we do a lot of contracts which are co-published by other labels like Sony or stuff like this. That's very complicated, and for artists, it's very complicated, and we try to be a first step for the artists to help them out. And even if we don't work with the artists, we love to give the artists a very important tip that they need to register every music and that they own the rights.
Okay, we've been talking about, you shouldn't be scared of intellectual property rights, you shouldn't escape. But now, okay, we are talking about it's very complicated, there are contracts and everything. Okay, it's true that there are contracts because these contracts are for you to protect yourselves and to make money out of your businesses. So that's why you always need to get in touch with your IP professionals in your countries or CMOs in your countries. And actually, that's why we have developed this tool, because this tool makes IP terminology a bit easier for you, and it's very understandable and accessible, and you can really find very good examples from your countries, and also with the languages that you speak as well. And I'm sure that it is very, very beneficial for you to use this tool. And definitely, if you know any other tools in your countries or the languages that you speak, if you would like to add some tools here, just let us know, so we can also add these tools so that it can also support the other artists around Europe as well. So maybe just a final question. Do you have any further suggestions about protection of intellectual property rights for the artists, for all creatives here?
Well, it's very important that you do it right from the scratch and from the start, because that's where I was wrong as a young producer and a musician, and that's also where other companies are wrong if they don't do it right from scratch. And that's really, even if you don't do it completely right, you have people you can ask for, but it's very important that you think about this in the very initial step.
And you shouldn't be scared. Okay, so
well, you can be scared.
Yeah, but we are here, you know, like to support everyone here in the creatives and cultural industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, that's all from us.
Thank you very much, all three of you. I think we've at least hopefully made some people think, and I think in the future they will think also about what they sign and read very carefully. And thank you for sharing this private story, which is, I think, probably a story of many young creatives that experience the same thing. So we are, I think, all ready for a break. We'll have to cut it down a little bit because, as you know, we're running a little bit behind, but we'll be back here at 12 o'clock sharp to continue. So please stand around, stretch your legs, grab a coffee or some water, and see you at 12.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello again. I hope you have the quick coffee so we can move on with our program. So the next session is about education. We have been working on education topics, and education is a pillar priority for the network, but also it's an innovation process for the FLIP project. So we have a combined program to connect also our priorities throughout both the ECHN program and FLIP. So we are really happy and excited to present this next session that tackles the two usual topics. So it's education through the arts and education for the arts. So it's education for the sectors and what we need and how creative people what kind of challenges they had, what skills they have and what they need in terms of skills for the future, what are the urgencies, but also how arts and creativity can act as leverage within education. So we have an incredible panel that Davide is going to present to you briefly. I just need to say that Barbara from Elia, no, it's not Barbara, it's Florian. Okay, so Barbara couldn't attend from the Elia networks of schools. Am I saying correct? Of art schools.
It's hardly anybody knows this abbreviation, no? But it's European League of Institutes of the Arts.
Wow. Okay, so this is Elia. We have been working with Elia the last years, and we have coordinating their a really adjusting community, and we are trying to participate whenever we can in joint actions and joint programs. Unfortunately, because of the clash in airports, Barbara didn't manage to be with us. So Florian is filling in, and he's also coordinating another program about education. So we're working currently on the blueprint for the, but anyway, Florian will talk about it, about the blueprint and the arts and creative education. But before that, I think we have an inspiration presentation and talk by, should I do the presentation or should you announce them? You do it because I'm taking over your role. So David will do the moderation. I tend to take over, I'm sorry.
So hi everyone, I'm Davide from ECHN, and I will moderate this panel, but first off, Fanny and Diana will present their own project, so I think everything is set, so go ahead.
You can take the microphone.
Oh, that's 3 things. All right. I've got notes to make sure I don't ramble too much. So forgive me if I look at my phone. Let's try to stick to the line more or less. But first, introductions. Do you want to introduce yourself first, and then I'll jump straight in?
Okay. So hello, everyone. I'm Fanny Costuru. I'm an architect and urban researcher, and I work for Teatro Mundi as well as Central St. Martin's.
Cool. And I'm Diana Ibanez Lopez, and I course lead MA Cities, which really means I kind of pull together a really broad network of about up to 200 practitioners who teach into the course and collaborate within it. And I have a background in architecture, urbanism, publishing, tech, curatorial work, arts. So I really struggle to keep still. I'm going to walk around if that's okay. And it's really, really great to be here today. So thank you for the invitation. And we hope that the conversations that happen afterwards through lunch and around how some of the few projects we'll show you today could potentially also be part of a conversation about seeding change and new ways of working within a rural context or a semi-urban context. So we're really conscious that we're talking around the word cities, but we don't see it as exclusively bounded to a particular urban form or an urban density, and we're very, very aware that the city context is intrinsically linked to the ex-urban, to production corridors, to production processes, extractive processes, but also a global network both of cities and of how the power structures that are shaped within cities and shape cities are really a global question about how all forms of built environment work, which is a long way of saying we've got a few ways of working from a Central London Art School. We're looking at how they work within quite dense contexts, but we also hope to have some really creative conversations about how they might work within your projects as well. So, some art school basics. The word practice, looking at this page, which is a publication that came out of the first 5 years of spatial practices. It's code, spatial practices is code word for an architectural faculty that thinks about architecture plus. I think one of the first schools to really put the social turn and the question of a civic form of practice at the heart of teaching architecture initially. And I'm really interested in this word practice as the first word that's learned at art school, that's wrestled with, and this question of like, what does it mean to have your own practice, to work in the world? And so to quote Ratna Ramanathan, who's our new head of college, who says, I learned practice on my kind of first day of college, and now that I'm head of Central St. Martin's, I've really learned that what we really teach and what makes a course in an art school is working out the purpose of practice. So that's where MA Cities, but also spatial practices, really leans in and thinks about experimenting with alternative forms of city making. So how we can practice individually across scales, how quite small projects can become global or trans-regional. And at the center of what we do is building a network of practitioners who together dismantle traditional models of practice and traditional ways of talking about or teaching some of this change. Next. And then something else at the core of how we begin teaching across courses is our manifesto. This is old, and we'll come to that. But it sets the ethos and the agenda for the whole program. And this manifesto from, I think, now 7 years ago, takes architecture and city making fundamentally as political acts. So as such, the way we work has social agency. And how do we then build projects, however beautiful or however technically sound or however poignant, that recognize and position that social agency. Now, this, I say it's old because being at the DNA of what we do, it's missing quite a few words and quite a few practices and intersections and challenges that are now coming into the curriculum. And we're, next, in the process of rewriting it with the faculty as a whole, beginning to think about what the DNA for the next 5 years is. So what are new positions on climate emergency, intersections kind of key to the climate emergency being work around anti-racism, intersections of different crises, and then intersectional approach as a way of teaching. And we use the Voice as a program and as a collective of academics to engage with, next, and host public platforms and discussions about the city and about politics. So back again to 5 years ago, our first public moment where we took kind of curriculum thinking out into the city. These were kind of incredibly popular, also all on YouTube. We began thinking about the conversations needed to kind of seed the idea that the way we talk about cities isn't just about the planning angle, the economy angle, geography. These are all kind of well-known ways of teaching urbanism effectively, but how through a practice-driven lens we can address the kind of pressing issues that are shaping the very literal built environment. Next. And the current public program takes that more to the processes that happen on a building site, the processes of exchange, processes of sharing knowledge. I know we're thinking about knowledge exchange today. I'm thinking about the field of production studies, learning from a Brazilian architect and theorist called Sergio Ferro. We're also translating with AHRC funding for the first time into English and beginning to think about questions of labor, invisible labor, labor and violence, forms of kind of politics in the social structures, but also the economic structures that build up the supply chains, and kind of beginning to ask kind of what holistic methods and strategies and intellectual kind of capacities will future designers need to change the core of how things are made, not just what's made in the world. Next. This launches tomorrow and is available online. There are 5 events. I've only shown 4 here. But if you Google Production Studies CSM, there's an Eventbrite page. And I think they're going to be a really exciting set of conversations based around this translation. Next. So before I jump into kind of some of the experimental work that we're doing within the course, I thought I should probably talk a little bit about what this course is that we're talking about. It's a 2-year course working with mid-career professionals. We don't call them students, they're all practitioners as they step in with their own questions around the city. And then they go across a number of scales of what we consider the basics of engaging in the city, from kind of voice and ethical position through to theories of kind of working in community, forms of engagement, to what we call critical creative practices, working regionally through art practice, to commissioning and urban governance structures, through to global economies and infrastructural timings, as well as movements in economies, like what's the really long-term scales that we're intervening in, and then through to about 9 months spent birthing their own thesis. So we really support a student-driven live project in the city. And then all of this is made possible as a pedagogic project which is live and which is live in the world already as we recruit practitioners, but also as we study, because we're working in collaboration with them, with each of the cities they're already in, and with the risks and wider network of partners that they bring in, as well as always in partnership with real-world policymakers, researchers, to be live at the same time as we think. And we think of this as a really declarative position. It's much riskier, because if you talk about things as you think about them, sometimes that can be challenged, but we think that that potential for dissonance, for holding difference of opinion, for shaping our thoughts in conversation with others and with real-life challenges, as well as the intersection of crises that I mentioned earlier, feels urgent and feels like the way academia should be thinking, rather than producing a thing or even producing, let's say, a graduate who then plugs into a conversation 3 years down the line. So there's a lot more to say, but actually if we click on, this is the biggest question I get asked at interview stage. So what are new city making practices? Next. And I think of them as a series of processes that we actively engage in through the classroom. Kind of how do we decenter at all of those scales? How do we triangulate and create conversations at the center of how we build a thing? A lot of the practices might exist, making policy, building an oven. But how might you do that a little bit differently? And how do you consider from the oven and policy up and down, how to be cross-scalar, how to include those in the conversation that might also make you feel uncomfortable? Not all of us are happy working within local government, not all of us are happy working within a community context, let's say. Maybe both of those we all are, but to take random examples, how do you push your project to be in conversation beyond your kind of own existing world? And then in that existing world, pull down out of the theory and be really grounded and situated. I work within, say, a London context or a banking to mining extractivist context, but I can still speak into other situations. We also think about new city making practices as engaging actively with what's being called futuring at the moment. How do you consider alternative futures, use speculation and use art practice and speculation really actively to start changing how we define and talk about the current and potential future world and kind of open up those conversations. And then, something we call productive ecologies, which brings us back next, and actually next, and next, because I'm really rambling. Actually, let's keep this one. I talked about defining words. This is an exercise we do. You can see our second cohort, taking a bunch of words and then doing kind of photography in the city to find spatial definitions and really situated definitions for some of these words. Next. So the key here is that we're cutting across, whether it's cutting across disciplines or working transnationally, which is a dialogical movement rather than an international, potentially more monodirectional movement, but vitally really working in partnership. So over to Teatro Mundi, having risked quite a long ramble to get there.
So we are one of the first partnerships with the course, and basically, for those who don't know, Teatro Mundi is a center for experimentation around the culture of cities, and our overall goal is to expand the crafts of the city and city making, and we do that in collaboration or through the arts, if you like, and try to imagine responses about the public, how to stage public life in cities. What we do, we have three main, let's say, objectives. We support peer-to-peer learning and productive collaboration between different disciplines, city makers, artists, scholars, activists. We develop new ways of understanding the ecological, cultural, and political conditions of the city, and we also broaden an understanding of these conditions through publishing, media, and performances. So we work through different ways. One of the ways we work is through research. So we do conduct our own research. This is from a project called Urban Backstages, around the idea of cultural infrastructures, where we do a research and comparative study between 4 European cities and kind of find the infrastructural conditions that support cultural production in cities. We also convene practitioners, as I said, bring together artists, but also academics or policymakers around different topics in the city, and we organize workshops, seminars, and different kind of public events. We also work a lot and use performance as one way of disseminating that. We also curate and organize artistic residencies, but always around a themed conversation around city making. So this is from a residency in Athens, where we brought together activists and artists to talk about how the city talks back and the political voicings in Athens, and that was an inspiration for basically the unit that Teatro Mundi is actually leading as part of the MA Cities. And we also disseminate through different media. So we work a lot with sound, we work a lot with printed publications, with text, narratives, scenographies, and performances. So, as we said, one of the partnerships of MA Cities, it is Teatro Mundi, and we took over Unit 1. The title of the unit is Voices from the City, and is very much about...
Citizens can have a footing to demand equal rights and entitlement vis-a-vis the state. Is this body of law ready to accommodate questions of space?
Who is voiced in the city, why, and how architecture and urbanism can support, amplify these voices or silence them. So our learning objectives, which I think it's kind of important to see them written because we're talking about education and kind of try to bridge this gap between being super formal but also try to bring a radical change. So we want to develop an awareness of the situated and contested nature of urban transactions as well as creative civic practices. We also want to challenge our students, but also, as we said, our practitioners, to consider their own identity and their own practice and their own voice in relation to others, but also to others in the field, but also to others in the city. We, both ourselves and our cohorts, learn multiple ways of addressing and voicing, as well as countering the challenges that cities face. And we want to establish, eventually, our goal is if we manage to successfully establish a situated position for reflecting as well as responding to these challenges. So the unit specifically explores the tension between different scales, and I will explain what I mean by that. But the focus is on different forms of mobility of the voice. So some of the questions we actually ask is, how do special practitioners use their voices? What infrastructures and networks they use to speak? What effects their voices have? As I said before, how architecture and urban space used to amplify or even silence different voices, and how can these voices act in and on the city? So, one of the forms we use is transnational duets. Before I explain what transnational duets are, I want to say that Unit 1 is very experimental. It's the first unit of the course. It lasts for a term, and what basically does is putting their pedagogical seeds for the rest of the course to take over and actually build on them. So exactly because it's experimental, it allows for a lot of things to unlearn, learn again, and try out different things. So one of the pedagogical seeds, let's say, is transnational duets. And what we do is basically we invite practitioners, be that city makers, architects, artists, grassroots activists, filmmakers, name it, to bring together and come to discuss their work, obviously, but also to we also invite our mid-career practitioners to comment and reflect on that and bring their own also practice. We always do that in relation to a set topic, so it's a themed conversation, and we just want to see what happens if you put multiple practitioners in a room around a themed conversation and everyone brings their own viewpoint and perspective. So on the local scale, we engaged a lot with the voices, as I said, of grassroots activists and artists around themes like citizenship, identity, displacement, everything that is much more like felt experience. That it is quite subjective and it is quite individual, if you like. So we had Aki Tami, Syrian and Greek Youth Forum, Shireen El-Nashi, different from them, coming from indigenous communities, trying to establish libraries in cities for women, working with refugees, displacement, or even like new educational models for displaced populations. We also, at the citywide scale, we explore a lot platforming. Now this is more of a situated, but also like a shared experience, something that it has the essence of collectiveness into it, or collectivity. And we are also looking at the dual aspect of platforms, both as they can uphold institutionally recognized forms of speech, but also how can they disrupt them? How can you use them to critique? And also eventually to even change urban environments. At the global scale, we have tried two different topics. One of them is the polyphony and counterpoint. And by that, we kind of want to cross boundaries and talk about kind of transnational and polyphonic and voices and how they clash together, or how they are actually create counterpoints, or they harmonize, and also kind of consider the space and time relation and how intelligible basically voices are across boundaries and beyond boundaries. Another topic that we had talked on the global scale is global failures. No one is talking about the failures. No one is talking about how we can voice failures so we can learn from them, but also failures and frustrations in relation to bureaucratic processes. We had an excellent conversation yesterday with Yanis exactly about this, how frustrating it is to have to, overcome bureaucratic operations, to understand geographic territories, to coming from outside or within, and in a way that is not generic or meaningless. The way we work is with call and response. So basically, all our invited guests share material in advance, so there's no lecture in the kind of, traditional sense. They share already the material. The practitioners can visit them in advance, have time to reflect on them, and respond on them. I'm wondering, there is no sound, but anyway, it doesn't matter. What is important is that then practitioners develop a kind of response in an entirely free format. That could be sound piece, could be a video, could be a poem, could be a performance, could be a kind of collage, image, whatever. And as a way not only to respond to other practitioners' work, but actually to reflect on their own practice, given being inspired by or guided by other people's practices and models. So this is a response from Nabil Al-Kinani, that he was actually doing a piece about how in his own culture and his own language, there is not such thing as me and I, but we actually always address the collective, we. And then he brought that as a kind of reflection between individuality and collectivity in city making. Or this was a performance from Charlie, that his mother is disabled and in wheelchair, but also he's working at the ministry, and then he was reciting a poem about how his mother's journey went from being unheard in cities to being actually heard, and how to climb all those or navigate the system. So a second pedagogical seed is Sprint. Now this is actually not only particular for Unit 1, but basically sprints are very intensive teaching weekends. The course is actually happening online, so Sprint is an opportunity to bring people together. And actually meet in person, which is quite revealing, given that we have never met before, so you have some perks there. But basically some of the sprints is about obviously gaining some practical skills around sound, making workshops, or creative writing, or emotional and tonal positionality, but also we did, in the first year, a radio show with Radio Espacio Estación, and we also do a workshop around scoring the city and how graphic scores can be a metaphor or can be a tool for architectural and urban blueprints on how we design cities and how much we can allow for improvisation and other things, unexpected things to happen. So, as I said, we did a radio show.
And maybe it's worth saying that some of these things are quick responses to things like a second lockdown. How do you plan a course which is, in terms of hours, 50% online, 50% in person, and then think about doing 20 hours straight together with a little bit of sleep in person online? So we thought, let's do something as publicly accessible as possible, as declarative as possible, but also something where we get that kind of working together quick adrenaline hit. And we're broadcasting, we're being declarative, we're putting our position 6 weeks into the first ever cohort of the course. They ran a 6-hour radio show inviting speakers from, I think, every continent in the end. And it's also a fantastic tool, effectively, and I know you were talking about tools this morning. If you want to interview someone, asking for an hour's Zoom call via email, you might get it in 3 months. If you say, hey, we're running a live radio show next Saturday, do you want to come on for 10 minutes? You just need Zoom on your phone. Probably say yes, and you get like a recorded interview, you get the speed of a live interview. We really change how we speak, whether it's on stage or in a broadcast or in a classroom. And so we also recognize our own mechanisms for getting ourselves into conversation and into publics, taking on that risk.
Yeah, and we basically, we ran the first experiment on radio from our own desk on our own houses due to the lockdown. But you will see how that seed actually grew to become something bigger, which is this.
All right, so I put this here because you can see from those first 6 hours and reacting really, really quickly to some of the first proposals that we put to the cohort in the classroom, they came up with a section on transnational rituals across Sao Paulo, Lahore, Palermo, Dakar, Buenos Aires, cities that the students were from or living in or both. A piece around the power of voice, archives and responsibility, so taking from Teatro Mundi's work and pushing it further into their practice. But there were also things that came from conversations that had happened around the classroom, flows and digestion, at the scale of like food and how we process things within the city. So already beginning to think about production. I'll take over this, I've given up on notes. So out of that first, let's say, emergency happening, we co-founded MA Cities with another MA within spatial practices called Narrative Environments. We co-founded something called Spatial Radio. How do we talk about the city, which also gives us a chance to step out of the image and talk more about process, experience. Of course, sound experiments too, but it creates a platform which perhaps privileges the visually hidden and lets it step out of drawings a little bit. This summer, for example, Spatial Radio, we had an MA Cities show about supply chains and bureaucracy, which went on for about 9 hours and ended up with taking the kit. I mean, it's also about skills, right? And jumping into other ways of working and other tools for speaking about the city. And we ended up, while broadcasting live, 5 of us connected by cables walking through the city and broadcasting. This is what it looks like on the backstage. So we're in a Zoom room. The students were doing this to hear Garcia speaking to us, taking the volume directly out of the laptop, and you really work with kind of emergency hacks and technology. But you also very, very finely tune who you want to talk to and why in advance. So it's a curatorial process to think about how all of these narratives and all of these practices of individual interest can fit together in a larger conversation. So as a pedagogical tool, it lets you compress everything from the curatorial to the experimental. Not sure what this is. Oh yeah, it really could have been one of ours. And then in about a month, we're going to do a 24-hour broadcast in parallel to COP27, working with Ain Shams, which is a governmental university in Cairo, out of CSM, building on the work for good measure and supply chains, and beginning to think about what does a number or a word like 0 mean in the context of the built environment, when we're not really as an industry that numerate. How do we build in kind of numeracy, questions of quantification, qualification, voice, across all of those scales? And we'll be working with academics, guests, hopefully bus drivers, Vox Pop, people at COP27, to build on some of the questions that are asked perhaps in popular thinking around maths, thinking kind of sociological thinking around how numbers are both political and scientific, and then asking what that means for the built. So have a listen. So 10th and 11th of the 11th of 22, hopefully quite easy to remember. Also National, I think, or Decarbonisation Day and Youth Day at COP27. And we'll be broadcasting out of spatialradio.live all day and all night. Back to you.
So the third seat is extracurriculum activities. Again, very important as part of the pedagogical model that we are trying to and work with, and as we said, as Vasily said at the beginning, through arts. So we run a film club, and again, because it is MA Cities, and because it is our, let's say, kind of motto is, let's get all in the same room and bring the cities that we carry within us and see what happens. And basically every film was coming from a different city, tried to address a different topic, also in relation with amplification or silencing of voices in the city. Another extracurriculum activity is this MA exchange, which we try to, okay, let's do that within the MA Cities or the unit, but what about if we try to reach out to the rest of the university? So basically we do overlapping sessions with another master course, which is about performance, as particularly the societal aspects and the social conditions and cultural of cities, and try there to learn from their approaches, from their methodologies. So this is a workshop on somatic experiences, leaning on things and understanding, you know, the body as a tool to, you know, have a more embodied understanding of the city making. So, to wrap up, why is this what we're trying to do and why this may be important is because since we are talking about mid-career practitioners, there is, what it takes is a process of unlearning. And towards, if you like, a form of learning that is way more collaborative and is way more experimental. So if we have to think differently, we have to start questioning what we already know. Another point is that we don't want that to be something that it is quite common, if you ask me, in architectural education. But it is not about critiquing. And it's not about being right and wrong. It's about creating an open forum that everyone's voice can be heard and can be shared. And then, again, in a very respectful and considerate manner. Another very important thing that Diana talked at the beginning is this idea of situated. So it's very important that we understand our own voice and our own practice or our own position in what is or becoming, or what cities become, in the context of our own situated, obviously, conditions, but also our own practice. We want to challenge the voices of authority. So as I said, there is no right and wrong. There is no people we invite as experts, learn from them and follow blindly, or follow them blindly. But it's a lot about peer-to-peer learning. And it's very much about the process. There is no outcome. That's why the outcomes are not like being marked. There is no such thing as you did it well, you did it bad. It's about learning, and that is a process. And we understand it takes time, and it takes different time based on who does it. So we have to obviously understand that and value that process. And it is individual, some of the outcomes, but many of them are collective. And Diana now will talk about how that seed can grow up to become something else beyond the course.
So you may or may not have heard words like relational pedagogies. Bit big. A lot of what we've talked about sits within that, but we were interested in this thing of translation, like what does that really mean when we're working on it every day? And we cycled through a few different alternatives. One of them was collaboration Mark II. Like how do we collaborate in a much more rooted and constantly active way, declarative way? Another was this thing around communities of practice, which we still use for kind of the wider network outside of the classroom, but how do we become a community within pedagogical practice? But then we landed on borrowing this term from a colleague within performance who speaks about generous research, which is about how we exchange knowledge in everything we do. And beginning very literally from sharing notes, absolutely vital. There's so much work to do. We want to work fast. We want to, as you practice, be putting things out in the world. So if you're going to read quite a dense academic article, which can be brilliant, how do you take notes in a way that consider your colleagues' practice, pass it on to them, write it in a way that's both accessible for you in the future and to others, and challenge the power structures sometimes built into something like the density of language. So be generous in how you translate and how you share. Very like traditional forms of sharing. So this is Sadia Rahman from our first cohort sharing at a convention and sharing a series of sound pieces that began from Unit 1 and grew into her practice around kind of how ecology talks to us and kind of working with the voices of the non-human, shared at a really traditional conference that pushes some comfort boundaries quite strongly and is also a generous way of inserting our school processes into unlikely places. Here's Sadia again applying that same way of thinking to Climate Forum, which is a cross-college initiative to begin thinking about what the climate emergency means in the context of curriculum, from student voices back through into the curriculum. Here is another student from the first cohort, Andrea Bugli, speaking to the Greater London Authority's Cultural Spaces and Communities at Risk team, and presenting some of the research inspired by their mapping and by their funding streams effectively back into the team, which is also pretty risky. How do you have a conversation about thoughts in progress that begin to kind of challenge how an existing quite powerful system thinks and works? This is another student, Khadija Karbri, from the first cohort at Climate Forum, making paper in order to, it's the second image, in order to have conversations about decolonizing the supply chain. So how do you generously sort of do something with your hands and in a conversation that can open up other conversations that might otherwise feel quite like a lecture or quite inaccessible? And then kind of other forms of generous research is when you consider and design a thing and then leave it in public. This is from BA Architecture working in Croydon, which is a borough on the outer edges of London. And we're now working with the same team. There's no slide for this, but to reconsider how they commission placemaking as part of the urban governance unit, and to talk to students to critique their own process. So we aim to be generous in the lectures we commission, helping to shape the practice of those lecturing too. So let's use the space to begin changing practices already in the world. This is not something from our course. Sandra Paulson is a CSM graduate who I was separately in conversation with, and I commissioned a lecture to begin talking about dust in kind of some of the photography work that Sandra had been doing around Luanda, basically. And this exhibition that opened last year called The Economy of Dust came from a kind of much broader range of work, but the conversation began in the MA Cities classroom through this commissioned lecture. So it's also interesting, things that we don't own or shape, but perhaps we seed, and then recognizing those in the world. And then this is an independent student project in parallel to the course, thinking about learning from urban economics and using it to reconsider the economics of supporting resilience and ownership within a community context. Buy it, have a read. Lots more, but I'd say follow us on Instagram, CSMMA Cities, Citius Theatre, reach out. And these were a sampling of projects that we hoped could provoke conversation in relation to your topic today, but there's lots more. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. Now, before starting the conversation with the other guests and before introducing them to you, I also want to give a little bit of background. So as we said, we are exploring the theme of arts education, but most importantly, education through the arts. So we all here represent very different approaches to education, but the main thread in common is a sort of subversive approach to education. So I would say that the key word here is revolution. So before introducing the other two guests, I also want to explain a little bit what ECHN is doing for this theme. We put a lot of emphasis on peer education. That's why this month we launched some opportunities for the members of our network. If you go to the website of ECHN, you will see the open codes and you will be able to apply to all of these programs. In particular, we have the peer-to-peer learning program that is for the hub managers who will have the chance to move to other hubs and start some cross-sectoral collaborations. We have the staff exchange, which is a similar project for other kinds of staff members of your hubs. Then we have the ECHN workshops. So basically, ECHN will empower one hub every year to set up a workshop for the rest of the community of ECHN. And lastly, we have the Hubs Alliance. So we want basically to expand the workspace of your hubs to a European level so that the creative professionals that are part of your community will be able to stay and work in other hubs of the network, of the Alliance. So it's a network within the network. The deadline for the first programs is this Sunday, the 16th of October. So you still have 1 week to finalize your applications, whereas the Hubs Alliance is open all year long, so that's more flexible for you. So now I want to introduce also Wanda Poitschke from the Goethe Institute. So I will ask you now if you can introduce very briefly the project of the Learning Labs.
Thank you, Davide. Yes, so my name is Wanda Poitschke. I work alongside Dubravka at the Goethe Institute in Brussels. And we are representing Creative Flip, so from the side of the Goethe Institute. You've heard a lot about the F and the P in Flip today. You've heard about financing opportunities, about the importance of IP and IPR protection. And I would like to tell you a little bit about the I in Flip, so which stands for innovation. Innovation in the sense of innovative ways of learning and new ways of cross-sectorial cooperation. And one of the activities that we have built around this topic are our learning labs, which you can already see a map in my background now. So we have selected already for a second time, because this has proven to be quite a success, 15 cooperation projects between schools or institutions of learning, formal and non-formal learning on the one hand, and organization of the cultural and creative sectors on the other hand. So we invited organizations of the sector to apply with their idea of cooperation with the school and how they could bring creative practices into the curricula. So this first started in 2020. This was we had a first call for Learning Labs. We selected 15 creative hubs at the time. At the time it was only open to hubs, and it was a pilot, let's say, the first time we ran this program. I know there are some hubs represented here in the audience who have taken part in this and who have obviously stayed on board and connected to the network, which is really nice to see. And so since this has been such a success, we were able with Flip in the second edition run a second call for Learning Labs. This time it was open to any kind of organization from the sector, so not only creative hubs. And this time we have asked them to cooperate with primary or secondary schools. The main objective stays the same. The idea is to bring new and creative ways of learning into the schools, but to also introduce specific creative professions to the students and to show them a little bit the scene, the behind the scene basically of these professions. So we've had a really diverse range of projects. So in the first cycle we've had upcycling projects, we've had music, theater, we've also had actually, UPTech has participated in the first cycle of this, so they have hosted us yesterday. And they were one of the first ones to think a bit out of the box also and say, well, it's not only about introducing creativity as such in the schools, but maybe we also have to talk about entrepreneurial skills. And they launched their learning lab, which was from artists to entrepreneurs, so that was really interesting to see how projects unfolded in very different ways. And so in this round of Learning Labs, the map that you have seen right now, we really focus on the professions. So we have theaters on board, we have a group that is making audio description for visually impaired to make sure that culture is accessible to all. We do have a creative hub that is working with textile industry. We do have people working on cultural heritage, on the whole process from excavation up to a museum exhibition, and they see with the children, so what does it take to actually see a museum exhibition, what's behind this. And yes, we have podcasting, I mean many more. Anyway, maybe if you want, you can wave and sign who you are in the audience so that people can connect with you, so don't be shy, thank you. So quite a few of you, yes. Voila, so these are our Learning Labs. We have only just kicked off this round, and thank you once again also to the municipality of Porto, who have provided us yesterday with a great space at the Innovation Hub for a first workshop and a first networking meeting for these labs. And obviously not to forget our colleagues Cyril and Onur that you have met earlier. They are also involved in these Learning Labs this time, bringing a new component to it, the importance and awareness raising of intellectual property in the culture and creative sectors and the work that is being done in the sector. So I hope that was brief enough.
Thank you, Wanda. So with the Learning Labs, we are talking about primary and secondary education. So here we see quite a diverse group of people. So now I will start from Florian. So Elia has quite a thorough overview on higher arts education in Europe. So I want to ask you, what do you think are the skills needed to teach in our higher arts education?
Good. I mean, first, let me repeat the disclaimer again. Now, I'm not Barbara. I cannot speak on behalf of Elia. Nevertheless, I'm very honored by the question of the organizers whether I would step in for Barbara and say a few words. I'm professor for art theory and documentary practices, so I managed to combine or conclude these challenges of theory and practice, which I think are some very urgent and also future skills needs in the sector. I have this professorship in one of Scandinavia's largest technical universities, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and I had the privilege to lead this art academy for almost 8 years, since 2014. This was a particular challenge to communicate to the colleagues in engineering, in the humanities, in the natural sciences, what is actually the impact and value of not only of having an art, accommodating or hosting an art academy within such a technical university context, but also what is the impact and value of these practices that we try to communicate and let's say teach to our students. Somehow I mean, this is really an attempt to brutally simplify this now, yeah? And this, in a certain way also, I try to, I would like to make an attempt to connect it to this project that Vasilis was mentioning in the beginning, which is called Cyanotypes, the Blueprint Skills Alliance for the Cultural and Creative Sectors and Industries, which is a big, as the title already says, no, it's a blueprint approach, yeah. So it's an approach that has been developed by the Commission and its bodies in order to be applied to every industry, in order to reskill and upskill not only the sector of higher education, but also vocational training, etc. Yeah. So how do we develop the necessary tools and frameworks, yeah, that allow us to become aware of what might become an urgent skills need in the future. So I think we are in a very interesting moment, and this is also the moment where these two panels collapse, no? I mean, the future of art education and the urgent skills needs, yeah? If there is one thing that we have to become really, really aware of, is that the most urgent skill is to imagine a future, or to, just open up the possibility to think about the future. So I think here the institutions, the higher education institutions in the arts, but also the kind of informal artistic research and production contexts, yeah, including, or most prominently maybe, the creative hubs play a crucial role, because they allow us, now I can probably switch to a slide, they allow us to address what I consider one of the really important skills needs, and this is what we call creative confidence. You might think that, okay, creative confidence, if we have one thing that is really, that is really redundant in our circles, then it's creative confidence. I have to tell you, I'm teaching since 25 years in art academies, and I really think, I encountered all sorts of kind of substitutions, surrogates, and ways of getting around with it. What is really tremendously lacking, and what is the first and foremost challenge for education is to create creative confidence, to encourage not only young, but all people, that there is a possibility to change things. And I think this is really, really crucial, because it teaches us something that becomes obviously increasingly important, it teaches us how to work together. I think there are a number of different aspects in this context. What and why this creative confidence is so important. I see it as a kind of understanding of seizing the moment in which I realized that I have the possibility to create something new, although everything has been already done, although everything might have already been tried. Yeah. This requires, especially today, an enormous amount of confidence. It requires to learn to work together with people and on topics which I might not know yet, or most likely I will not know yet. This requires trust. It's nothing that we can just do next weekend or next week. Yeah? I will not go into details now, but I mean, we have an 8 years experience of how long it takes and how much effort it needs to start and initiate common projects with our colleagues in the engineering faculties, with our colleagues in the natural sciences. It requires an enormous amount of trust in the kind of specificities of the knowledge production in the other field. And this creative confidence also, and most importantly maybe, allows us to respond to the societal challenges, but not in the standard ways that we are usually as artists expected to respond to the societal challenges or to contribute in cross-disciplinary collaborations. Yeah? Usually, can you design our Facebook page, or we need a little bit of help in our dissemination strategy. No, I think it's not about entertainment, it's not about decoration, it's not about illustration or embellishment. Yeah? It's essentially, and this is what artists and creatives can contribute, it's essentially about developing responses to the complexity of societal challenges that are not reducing their complexity. This is our privilege. This is what we can actually contribute, and I think this is becoming increasingly important. I think these are participatory skills that would allow us to navigate these green digital transitions that we are experiencing, and they allow us to develop an advanced understanding of one's own position within the current divisions of creative labor. The second urgent or future skill need that I suggest to address, or that we try to address in many different projects, is artistic entrepreneurship. And I would, disclaimer here, this has very little or nothing to do with the kind of neoliberal version of entrepreneurship. It basically, it is the second loop. It is based on a capacity to work together. This is what we have to teach our students. This is what we all have to learn, yeah? Rather than awakening our entrepreneurial mindset and doing things ourselves. No, it's about learning how to work together and making a difference that matters. So I think the ultimate challenge of creativity here is to make the irrelevant relevant. Yeah, it's not about making the impossible possible, it's about making what is usually considered irrelevant relevant. Art, culture, creativity is widely considered still as a kind of leisure or indulgence. We see this in all in the budget negotiations. This is what you do if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, it's also not so dramatic. Yeah, then you just skip it. I think, on the contrary, we are experiencing, and here I think the example with climate neutrality or net zero emissions is very, very interesting. Over years, I have been provoking my dear colleagues who are really doing amazing technological work with zero emission buildings and so on and so forth. But I was provoking them and said, climate neutrality or zero emissions is first and foremost an aesthetic challenge. It's not a technological challenge. It's about how do we sense it, how do we feel it, how do we document and monitor progress. The city of Oslo has recently declared that it's already since 2 years climate neutral. Nobody noticed. So how do we make this or turn this into a process that is tangible, that can be experienced, and most importantly, that can be monitored and followed up. I mean, in some kind of co-creation of indicators and societal approaches. So I think this means probably we should not go too much into detail here. This means to rethink the impact and reevaluate the value of artistic practices. And I think we have an awesome opportunity at the moment with all, I mean, the kind of networks coming together, with the new alliances across the cultural and creative sectors and industries, the alliances among the art academies, and together with vocational training. There are amazing opportunities at the moment, and we have to seize these opportunities in order to rethink impact. So what does it mean to have an impact? Yeah? How do we register this kind of unmeasurable surplus that characterizes having impact? Yeah? Impact is not if I do something and it does exactly what it is supposed to do. It's not algorithmic, yeah, in the sense. It's the unmeasurable, the unexpected. And I think this is very much what art and creativity is about. And then ultimately it's also about, I mean, reading this kind of instrumentality. Many colleagues have been in the last years criticizing me, artists, that, I mean, this is an instrumentalization of art. If art now has to struggle against climate change and solve all problems of societies and so on and so forth, it's an instrumentalization of art. But art is autonomous, yeah? I don't think so. I think we are, I mean, there is no way out of instrumentalization. What we can do is, I mean, entering this kind of instrumental relationships in which we necessarily operate, entering these relationships and reading them against the grain, yeah? Brushing them against the grain, and through this, repoliticizing them, and through this, making them, I mean, disputable, negotiable, discussable again, rather than living in this fiction of fantasy as if, as an artist, I can operate totally independently from everything else in this world. Very romantic notion. So this is this kind of artistic entrepreneurship, and we just started a course in our master program on artistic entrepreneurship. We have the ambition, maybe in the context of the EIT, culture and creativity, we want to set up an artistic entrepreneur school, yeah, where we want to figure out what are these skills and these qualities and these techniques and these experiences. How do we share and communicate them? And it's clear that we cannot translate the experiences of the regular entrepreneur school. NTNU has a really big and very successful entrepreneur school for the engineers. We cannot translate this one-to-one into the cultural and creative sector. So what else can we do? I think it's about regaining a certain ability to act in the context of a kind of entrepreneurship of the multitude. But maybe I stop here because, I mean, David Crombie, who is also a dear colleague of Barbara and Vasilis and mine. He's basically the coordinator and leader of the Cyanotypes project. He suggested at the kickoff meeting a kind of model that is a triple loop learning model. No? I mean, I try to introduce the single loop with the creative confidence, a kind of second loop with artistic entrepreneurship. There would be a third loop, but maybe we can postpone this, which is basically, I mean, some of you might recognize, I mean, it's kind of referring to Bateson and his learning 0 to learning 3 models. The third loop learning is basically applying the double loops to double loop learning. Yeah? So it's basically learning what it means to learn. And this is something Bateson warns. He says, only fools rush in where angels where angels tread to step in or so, yeah. He warns, yeah, I mean, just naively applying the triple loop, the third loop, yeah, to organizations, especially, I mean, very advanced or higher educational organizations, can end in a total disaster, because it basically reveals the fragility of the organization. Yeah, I mean, if you really start to question and start a process of organizational unlearning, yeah, this can have unforeseeable consequences for the organization. So he warns about this. I think that this is what is most urgently needed today in universities, in art academies, in all sorts of organizations. We really have to unlearn and reinvent what it means to work together, to act together, and yeah, this is it was the title in the very beginning. I only recently, I mean, the combination of participation, anticipation, and emancipation. Yeah, I realized that okay, it rhymes. what rhymes is always good, as we learned. Cipation. So I looked it up in the Urban Dictionary, and actually there is a meaning. It means not giving a shit, and I think that's basically what it is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Florian. And I know we are a little bit late, but I still want to ask just a couple of questions. That's fine. And with all these food for thoughts, we will have also food for the body in a little bit. Just bear with me. And so you gave an overview of some skills for the future. And I really wish I had some artistic entrepreneurship in my art school, because I didn't have it. But so in light of this, I'm going to ask Diana and Fanny, do you think we need a new professional figure? So we have these new skills for the future. Do we need also a new professional figure to insert in the market, and maybe a professional figure that fits creative hubs in particular?
I'm not sure about the in particular. I think we need plurals. We need many new professional figures, and some of them, as we mentioned, are already embedded in systems. I think, Florian, you spoke to this beautifully. Kind of how do you effect change in a system by recognizing the instrumentalized situation you're already in, and then whether as a course or a practitioner or a professional, and the intersection of those, don't produce more of the same that you feel isn't working well enough. Version it. Tweak it, slightly shift it. I think of osteopathy, like change where the muscles go a little bit at a time, and then you begin creating plural professional figures. And I think naming lots of little differences can be more powerful in terms of systems change than finding the one new term or figure.
Yeah, and for me it's also about, I mean, having one figure that kind of knows all and is the master is quite an old model of education. You can go back to Renaissance kind of thing. I think we have moved on from there. And going back to what Florian said, is not only about organizations how to unlearn, also within education, how to unlearn and actually feed these loops into how to educate. Allowing not actually, I wouldn't even, I mean, multiplicity of figures, yes, but what we go beyond the figures. What is about work together, learn together, and what that would actually have as an outcome.
Yes, thank you. And so, Wanda, do you also think we need new places of learning? So with the Learning Labs, your program bridged schools with cultural associations. How did that work? And do you think that enriched the traditional educational offer of the schools?
I think our first approach was to not necessarily explore new places of learning, but to bring new inputs into the schools and into the educational systems. But we understood quite quickly that wasn't always possible, which is why the hubs and the participants actually took the students out to different places of learning, partly creative hubs, sometimes their own organization, sometimes third places. So I think I could answer, we need new places of learning that complement the traditional places of learning that we already have.
Thank you. And were there some examples of the learning labs also outside of the big cities in rural areas? Do you think there's a different impact on the territory?
Yes, definitely. So we've had in the south of Portugal, we've had a creative hub working with students spread in the non-urban areas, and it was actually thanks to them. They were able to introduce like a new model, a new activity to the school that motivated the students to participate, to come, to make the way to school and be there, be present, when the normal classes would have maybe not motivated them enough to come. Yeah, I think there are other examples. In Edinburgh, we've had really a nice learning lab all about music education, and even during the time of COVID, students weren't even able to have normal regular classes and to get music education, and they were